Good morning everybody and welcome along to Lydden Hill for day 2 of the second ever Lydden Legends Festival. Hope you enjoyed the action yesterday because we're going to do it all again today with more than 100 cars in the paddock, a mix of rally and rallycross machinery celebrating golden eras of both sports. I'm Dan Wright, I'll guide you through the action up in the commentary box here and in the Q&A stage in the paddock as well. And we're going to kick-start day 2 with the Group B rallycross runners. So the golden era of rallycross celebrated here at the second ever Lydden Legends Festival, and we have a very special grid building: an Audi Quattro, a Peugeot 205 T16 and Rosie, the classic Ford RS200 of Liam Duran. Dave Halford will start our first race of day 2 on pole position in his Herbert Breitender Group B Audi Quattro replica. The man from Kent on his local circuit starts on pole. Alongside will be Philippe Tolomer, the man who created the Legends Festival events at Loillac in France in his Matti Alamaki replica Peugeot 205. And on the outside of row 1, great to see him out on circuit, Liam Duran in Rosie. His dad Pat's RS200, the legendary Ford, is here on the line. We have 3 laps of action ahead of us for our first race of the day. Lydden Legends Festival Day 2 is go, and Liam Duran gets a very good start from them. Number 11 machine is away from the third grid slot. It grabs the lead away from the Matti Alamaki replica in the hands of Philippe Tolomer, but the Ford RS200, not a replica at all, it's the original car which Liam's dad Pat took to Brands Hatch British Rallycross Grand Prix wins, second in the European Championship, a real star car, and it's here at Lydden Hill today as we celebrate all things great about rallying and rallycross. Up into North Bend Hairpin for the first time goes Liam Duran then. He's been out in the Ford Sierra RS500 late yesterday, a test session ahead of running the car today, but he's throwing Rosie into a paddock bend for the first time, smoking the tyres in the QA Oils legendary livery. 2 laps left to run. Philippe Tolomer sticking with him as best he can, but when Liam Duran is in full flight, there's no stopping him. Tremendous car control, and great to see the British Bomb here with a strong contingent of cars. It's not just the Ford RS200 he's running here this weekend. He's got his Citroen C4 in the Monster Energy livery, which he drove to X Games glory. So the Duran team have brought a host of cars here for the second ever Lydden Legends Festival, and Duran is sliding Rosie through the North Bend hairpin with Philippe Tolomer in the Matti Alamaki replica Peugeot behind. Tolomer has been using this car at a number of Legends events in recent years. The real car was in the Loillac Museum for a number of years, the Peugeot 205 16. It was converted back to rally after its time with Matti Alamaki in rallycross, and Philippe, who's paying tribute to that livery on the Peugeot this weekend. But it's Liam Duran then on his final lap, who launches over Lydden Jump into the Devil's Elbow for what is the final time now. Great to see Rosie stretching her legs early on here. She's ready to go on day 2. Didn't see much of the RS200 yesterday. It had a slight issue and they didn't want to risk the car. Liam only wants to drive it when he can push it, and he's doing that here right now on day 2 into Paddock Bend for the final time then. A little bit of smoke from the tyres again as he slides through up to the chicane, and the first win of the day goes to the British Bomb, Liam Duran. He takes the Group B rallycross honours with Philippe Tolomer in the Matti Alamaki replica behind. Dave Halford in his Audi Quattro, a car he's owned for 9 years now. He'll be our final finisher going up into North Bend hairpin, but Dave's got trouble with the Audi. Did start life as a black Audi Quattro as a recce car for the rally team, and it's been changed into this Group B rallycross replica. And the first time we saw the car, it was hanging from a structure at the top of the paddock because it was used as a display area when we had the World Rallycross here in 2017. So it's back on the tarmac today, and it's our third place finisher with Dave Halford behind the wheel. But that's our first race of the day. As you've seen, there's no joker laps to worry about at all here at Lydden Legends Festival. We're having straight rallycross races from the start to the finish. We're going over 3 laps for each encounter, and we have a real celebration to enjoy from all the different eras. Next up, it's the 1990s supercars coming to the line, one of our most colourful grids, and it's the Peugeot 306, the iconic G-Tech built Peugeot, which is weaving its way up to the line with Double OD, Ollie O'Donovan behind the wheel. It's difficult to tell at times who's behind it. Is it Patrick or Ollie? It's Ollie for this first run of the day. Alongside him, George Tracy Senior in his Kenneth Hansen ex-Hansen Citroen Zara 2002 livery for the George Tracy car. On row 2, Pat Ryan in his Mitsubishi Colt, the Irishman, who's finished second in the Irish Championship in previous years, so a very handy competitor is Pat, and we'll see how he goes in number 48. Dara Morris will start on row 3 in his Per Eklund Subaru Impreza Tribute with an F1 rear wing stuck to the back, and Gerard Roussel trundles down to the line in his brilliant four-wheel drive Renault 5. It's got the four-wheel drive system taken from a VW Beetle Baja beach buggy, and it's been turned into this highly impressive Renault 5 supercar. It's won the French Championship 3 times, and the Stars and Stripes livery, it really looks the part. Our final starter is Tomas Ramanauskas in his Mitsubishi Evo 4. The Lithuanian former rally driver is your last starter on this busy grid of cars for 90s supercars. We're missing Hal Ridge sadly in the ex-Steve Mundy Ford, but we're ready to go. We're away with our second race. It's a great start from Gerard Roussel in the four-wheel drive Renault 5 Turbo. He's blasted up into second position already then, behind Double OD Ollie O'Donovan, who's back in his title-winning car from 2007. The Peugeot 306 is scampering away early on with Roussel second, Dara Morris into third spot with the Subaru. He's had to work overnight repairing the front end of the car because he lost the front bumper yesterday. Quite a bit of bodywork damage on the Subaru Impreza, but he's keeping the little Mitsubishi Colt at bay as they go into North Bend Hairpin for the first time. Smoking the tyres is Ollie O'Donovan on the exit, but Roussel second, third spot for Morris. Then we find Ryan, Tracy and Ramanauskas, but it's Ollie who comes into Paddock Bend with the lead. A bit screwy through the loose section for the first time, but Roussel, your second place runner, and the Irish contenders are pretty close on circuit. Pat Ryan in number 48 and Dara Morris in the Subaru. They've been together all weekend long, and Pat in his what used to be a Mitsubishi Evo 6, now converted to a Colt spec, he's going along strongly in the orange and white number 48 car. But it's Gerard Roussel's your second place runner. While they're tussling, it's Ollie O'Donovan continuing to lead the way out front in the Will Gollop built Peugeot 306. He's smoking the tyres through North Bend Hairpin and coming down Hairy Hill for the second time, about to begin his final lap. Roussel's now in a more comfortable second spot, but Ollie O'Donovan is looking very comfortable himself out front with the classic GB1 sticker on the side. A fight for third is really on because Pat Ryan and Dara Morris are getting very close indeed through the chicane. Pat has a bit of a moment, loses time, loses ground, and now Thomas Ramanauskas is getting involved, but Dara's got a problem. So the Subaru Impreza of Morris slows through the Talladega banking, so that gifts the place to Pat Ryan, and now Ramanauskas is coming alongside and makes a move. A great move by the Mitsubishi man on the fellow Mitsubishi driver. Ramanauskas blasts past Pat Ryan, and that was a tremendous move by the Lithuanian. An excellent manoeuvre over the jump into third place. Ollie O'Donovan though is going to win the race on the road. Great stuff from Double OD. He comes through and wins our second race of the day, and Pat Ryan's coming back at Ramanauskas to go into Paddock Bend for the final time. Roussel will be second, and now Pat Ryan's got back past Ramanauskas on the climb down Hairy Hill, and Ramanauskas drops into fourth place. So it's Pat Ryan who didn't want to give up third. He got a bit mugged over the jump, but he got the place back down Hairy Hill, and great action between the Mitsubishi drivers there in the middle of the pack. Ollie O'Donovan wins though our first 1990s supercar race of the day, and we'll be stepping into our two-wheel drive rallycross section next. Plenty of cars on this entry list, and it'll be Hannah Stewart who will be our first driver out. But great stuff from the 90 supercars. Sadly, no Hal Ridge in the Steve Mundy Ford Fiesta. So hopefully we'll see Hal at another point at Lydden Hill in the future, back on the circuit. But it is good, particularly Pat Ryan and Thomas Ramanauskas in their Mitsubishis. Next up is the two-wheel drive group. Hannah Stewart on pole then in the 314 Talbot Sunbeam. Alongside will be the Renault Clio Maxi F2000 of Emmanuel Anne, a French championship winning car from Division 4. He starts second in the brilliant blue and yellow liveried Clio. On the outside of row 1 is a gap, so there's no one on the outside of row 1. Row 2, we have Pete Christmas in his Toyota Corolla former stage rally car, number 77, alongside the Renault Clio. Another Renault Clio from France, just checking the number on the entry list for. That is a number of many drivers which have come across the channel to compete at Lydden Hill on the second ever Lydden Legends Festival. So a great turnout. Simon Hart's on row 3 in 137. It's the 104 car of Stefan Henry starting on row 2. So Stefan Henry's in the middle of the grid. Joe-Luke Eastwood in his Rob Gibson tribute livery MG Metro. And our final starter is Remy Dubera in his Alfa Romeo GTV6. Brilliant grid. Two-wheel drive rallycrossers are here in force, and we have our first dose of it on day 2 of Lydden Legends Festival. Hannah Stewart on pole, Emmanuel Anne alongside in the front-wheel drive Clio. He gets a good start in the former title-winning French Championship car into Talladega for the first time. They come onto the Chesson section, and it's Emmanuel Anne then who leads the way. Hannah Stewart's holding on to second spot, the second generation rallycrosser in her Talbot Sunbeam. Up over the tabletop for the first time comes Emmanuel. He has the lead. A number of drivers from France have come across the channel to race here at Lydden Hill this weekend. We have Group B drivers and two-wheel drive rallycrossers, plenty cars out there as well, so great to see so many people supporting this second event. It's been in the works for 2 years since the first Lydden Legend Festival was held back in July 2024, so a lot of planning has gone into this event, and Emmanuel Anne is making very good his escape out front already. He's into Paddock Bend with the advantage in the blue and yellow Renault Clio. Hannah Stewart's going very well in second spot with our third place runner Stefan Henry in the Clio. Remy Dubera in the Alfa Romeo GTV6 is going to try and take the place away from his countryman, and Dubera goes around the outside in the Alfa. He's going to try and get the move done on the banking, and he has done. So Dubera then up into third spot now. Hannah Stewart will be his next target. Pete Christmas and Joe-Luke Eastwood having a good dice behind in their Toyota Corolla and MG Metro, but there's good squabbling from the two-wheel drive rallycross runners. A number of these compete in the Super Retro and Retro Rallycross Championships in the UK, but they're being shown the way here by Emmanuel Anne. He's about to start his final lap in this brilliant looking Renault, bouncing his way through the chicane. Second spot still Hannah Stewart in the car that Dad Barry prepares. It's very similar to the Talbot Sunbeam he drove in the Colway Tyres series back in the 1990s. Different shell, but all the running gear has been taken out of that original car as Pete Christmas and Joe-Luke Eastwood are continuing their tussle. The front wheel drive brigade at the back of the pack, the Toyota Corolla and the little Metro, the Rob Gibson iconic colours that we usually see on the four-wheel drive 6R4 are now on the side of this two-wheel drive Metro as well, and they're right on the tail of Stefan Henry in the Renault Clio as they go into Devil's Elbow for the final time. Emmanuel Anne is already clear. He's coming into Paddock Bend already with the advantage. A huge lead for Emmanuel. Brilliant stuff from the Renault Clio man. He kisses the curb through the chicane and across the timing line to win in dominant fashion. Remy Dubera is going to get close to Hannah Stewart by the line, but it looks like the Talbot Sunbeam will be able to keep hold of second place. The Alfa Romeo is closing and closing though as he come up to the chicane for the final time, but that's a good drive from the 314 car. Gets into second spot. Stefan Henry is your fourth place runner ahead of Pete Christmas, Joe-Luke Eastwood and Hart. That's our first two-wheel drive race done of the day. I'm going to head into the paddock now because our first Q&A is coming up shortly. That will be with rally legend Jimmy McRae at 10 past 11. So lots to watch on the track, but if you're in the paddock as well, there's Q&As throughout the day, and our first one of those will be in a few minutes' time with Jimmy McRae. Track action is already underway here at day 2 of the second ever Lydden Legends Festival, but in the paddock as well, it was already very busy. And up on the new stage, which has been built for this year's festival, is Jimmy McRae, absolute legend of British rallying and rallying in general. And Jimmy, great to have you back up on stage for the second time today, and you're leaning next to a special Subaru, which you are driving out on track yourself later today as well. So lovely to be part of this event again.
Yeah, no, it's great, and it's again lovely weather compared with Scotland, so I'm very happy down here.
And what is this Subaru you're leaning against? It's owned by the Dirtfish owner, I think, and a special car.
Yeah, it's a sister car to the one that Colin won the championship in. I think Colin drove this at one point, but a sister car to 555 Bat, and you know it's just a very similar. I've driven it before. It's just like pulling on an old pair of gloves and away we go.
Yeah, iconic livery, of course, and some good onboard footage I saw overnight on the Lydden Legend social media of you out on track yesterday. How's it been out on circuit? You're running on the Lydden race circuit with a little chicane thrown in there as well, so a lot of undulation and a little 1 mile circuit.
Oh, it's good fun actually. It's when you've got what you don't get in rallying, you don't get other cars on the stage at the same time, so it's good fun getting a bit of passing or being passed as it is. It's good fun actually out there.
And we mentioned yesterday that you are responsible for the McRae family into rallying, so a lot to thank for that. And what you did initially was through bikes. That was your initial enjoyment to start with, but you bought then a business and thought, I need to stop that to concentrate on work, but missed that motorsport feel, so ended up rallying, and only at the age of 31, so you got into it pretty late.
Yeah, I was in pretty late. If it wasn't for my wife Margaret, I probably wouldn't be in it, because she hated bikes, and we had a friend who started rallying. Why don't you try rally? I can't afford to go rallying. Then finally I thought, yeah, I'm going to have a go at it. Then within 3 or 4 rallies I thought I could be quite good at this, and it just went from there. And 5 times British champion, 7 times Circuit of Ireland winner. I think it's been quite successful. Then Colin winning the World Championship, then Alistair winning the British Championship, and now we've got Mac's grandson coming on. He's going well at the moment, so there's no pressure on him to win the British Championship.
Yeah, you completely locked it out there, haven't you? The 3 of you. Excellent record. That 5-time win. And was there much you could bring over from bikes into rallying? Is that how you had a sort of a natural progression from 2 to 4 wheels?
Yeah, no. A lot of people say, how can coming from 2 wheels onto 4 wheels, but it's all about balance. On a bike you're balancing the bike. On a motorbike you're looking for the best place for traction, for braking, and it's exactly the same in rallying. It's between the throttle, the gear lever and the brake. You've got to get all that working properly, and it came pretty naturally to me to jump into the car.
And your own career went very well after that through the 80s, and you then decided to take a step back and concentrate on what Colin and Alistair were doing, and that was a good move and worked out well with them both then winning the British Championship and obviously what Colin did in World. So it was a sensible move on your part to concentrate on their careers.
It was. Probably that was harder working than going rallying myself, though. There was more money attached to that, but no, it all worked out well. So it's just that there's a bit of pressure in the poor young Max at the moment. No pressure, son, carry on.
And you did co-drive for Colin once, didn't you? Was that one of his very first rallies in a Vauxhall Nova? Was it? How did that go? But you didn't do it again. So what was the reason for that?
It went very well, but I said I'm not sitting in that passenger seat again. If I'm sitting in a seat in a rally car, I'll be in the driver's seat.
And through watching him in this Subaru through that era, what he went on to achieve, and it must have been so incredibly proud of. You knew the talent was there, and that's why you stopped to concentrate on both the boys. Yeah. But what Colin went on to the World Championship, did you see that in those early stages then? You thought he could become World Champion from an early years?
Well, maybe not so early on, but as the time progressed and he got more experience, we thought there was a great possibility of him coming, and he said that he wanted to be a world champion, and that was it. So he was hell bent on being a world champion.
Special to see this car here. It's not the only one that's important works rally car as well. There's a host of them in the Lydden paddock. So your Vauxhall, there's Vauxhalls and Fords and all sorts. So it's something for everyone to see this weekend.
Yeah, and there's a Metro 6R4 there that Colin owned as well, that he drove after his time in World Championship. He went back to just enjoying himself in some of the national events and some of the Irish events. No, it's either a few cars related to the McRae family in here.
And just looking at your career, when you had those British titles, 1986 you got in an MG Metro 6R4 at the end of the Group B era. Was there a plan to go world rallying in that 6R4, but then the rules changed, Group B cars banned, and that was just bad timing for you?
It was. I mean, if it hadn't been for a broken cam belt in the second last stage of the Manx Rally, we would have won the championship that year in the Metro as well. So there was a wee bit of a love-hate relationship with the Metro, but you know there was a chance that I would be doing some World Championship rounds the following year with the Metro and Rothman sponsorship. But then these cars were banned, and it was a big disappointment that. But I'm glad I didn't miss the year in the Metro. It was good fun.
Excellent. Well, good to be out there in that. And the World Rally Championship, you're obviously keeping an eye on that now in the modern day scene of Max as well, progressing well. What do you think for the World Championship next year? The new regulation changes as well. How do you see the sport as it currently is?
I think it's a good move for the sport. You know, I think we'll get more manufacturers involved next year, so there'll be more drives for younger drivers. One good thing about it as well, we're going to have a World Championship round in Scotland, up in Aberdeen next year, I think September, October time, which is great for Britain. You remember we haven't had one here since the RAC rally, so it's a great move for rallying, to get the World Championship back in Britain.
Excellent. That might be a chance for people like Max, young drivers who've got Rally 2 experience, maybe getting a chance to step. Yeah.
Well, the next step from the Rally 2 car this year, it's just a modification of the Rally 2 car that's going to continue. Hopefully we'll get Skoda back in and Volkswagen and people like that. Then there'll be a few manufacturers involved. So there might be more opportunities for young drivers to step into to get a drive.
Oh, hopefully so. Sadly, in the southeast, we don't have much stage rallying at all, if any. It's circuit rally at Brands Hatch and this event. So great to have you down here. What's the plan today? Are you getting out shortly onto circuit in this very car?
Yeah, going out after, I think 10 minutes, 20 minutes time. And, I'm leaving this afternoon to head back up to Scotland.
Excellent. Well, it's been brilliant to have you here, Jimmy, and the crowd we've got here on the paddock and around the circuit as well. It's been a privilege to see you at Lydden. Thank you very much for being part of Lydden Legends Festival for the second running of the event. The rally cars, as Jimmy mentioned, are now building in the dummy grid behind us. So we'll let Jimmy and the Subaru go off the stage and head out for the first rally demos of day 2 here at Lydden Legends Festival.
Oh wait, don't kick
we've got a little bit of a break on track now, so it's a perfect time to have another interview up here on stage in the middle. I'm delighted to be joined by double British Rallycross champion, British Rallycross Grand Prix winner as well, John Welsh. John, great to have you here again at day 2. You've been camping here overnight, so you're well into the Lydden Legend Festival spirit.
Oh, I think that's part of it. What everyone should do is come down, bring a tent, bring a motorhome, back of the van like we always used to do. Have a thoroughly good weekend. It was a lovely evening last night. So many of the iconic drivers about that are friendly. They talk to you, wander up, look at the cars. It's like Goodwood 30 years ago, and that's what is so good about it.
Yeah, it's got a nice feel, hasn't it? You see that Pat's put a lot of investment and time and effort into the circuit, and it looks smarter each time you come here.
Well, every time you come here, Pat and the team, they must spend half their lives cutting the grass, but and I think he's pretty good at fencing. He's certainly far better at fencing than he was at driving, but it's a brilliant, absolutely brilliant. The effort, and it takes effort, and I've been coming to Lydden for, I don't know, 40, 50 years. It is the best it's ever been. It's brilliant.
And we're up on stage with a Mark III Ford Escort. It's the closest we could get to this weekend to one of your ex-cars. There is a John Welsh replica running in the Retro Championship now, in the British Championship, but great to see old cars like this, and looking back at your history, Escorts were a big part of your career.
Yeah, no, Ford Escorts, the Mark 1s, the Mark 2s, the Mark 3s, did every single modification you could. Probably my favourite is the highly modified Mark 2s that myself and Martin Shanker drove. They were just phenomenal for their time. When we went to the Mark 3, the development, the technology brought in by Mike Endine and X-Track was, again, it just lifted not just rallycross, it lifted rallying. Very fantastic times.
And with that Mark III, you had probably your biggest win of your career, the British Rallycross Grand Prix at Brands Hatch. That was 40 years ago in December. So yeah, it's such a great achievement to do it when the Grand Prix were massive events.
Thank you for the 40 years, that's most appreciated. No, Brands Hatch is very similar to today. Brands brought the level of rallycross up. You could bring sponsors along, they could bring the wives, the kids, they didn't get muddy, you could see everything. Again, another fantastic venue, and that gave the promotion to lift it up alongside. In those days, it was rivaling Formula One, which is what ruffled a lot of feathers and everything like then. But you've got everything that was there looking so good and such new technology, and here it all is. When you look at Will's car over my shoulder, Matty Alamati's car, Ken Block's car for the modern era, there's some phenomenal machinery here. Every bit of it is beautifully prepared. The days of rallycross being naff and a little bit banger racing, well, it's still banger racing, but the preparation is really, really good. It's a credit to everybody.
And after your time with the Ford, you went into the Vauxhall and had good success in the Astra. We mentioned that yesterday, one of your moments here, but good years in the Vauxhall machinery as well as the Ford.
Well, yes, it was just a logical progression. We went from Ford, we developed it as far as it possibly could. We then went to the Astra, which had a larger capacity engine when the Manta engine was stroked down. We used all the Zaxby turbocharged stuff, the Formula Arrows, Formula One qualifying turbos, proper electronics on it, and it was the next step forward. And for 4 or 5 years we had 2 or 3 of them, and they were very successful. It's just really old age and war wounds that really stopped us doing it.
And we might be seeing the Welsh name back in the paddock in the not too distant future. You got one of the Astras back, and what's the plan with that for people who have missed it yesterday?
Mainly we found the Astra in the middle of Sweden after Tommy Christofferson had owned it. Absolutely, as I stepped out of it with the same Yokohama tyres on which we had for the Grand Prix. It's a project's been going on for a few years now. Daniel, my lad, he's done the touring cars, he's done the Porsches, and very, very similar. He's come down here today, he's seen Andrew Jordan down here, who's rebuilt beautiful ex-Kenneth Hansen car to top level. You won't see anything better than the preparation of that car in the world. And Daniel's gone, well, I got one sat here, I'll come out and have a thrash with him. And that's the type of thing. The lads get to a certain age, but the equipment, the machinery is something. you know, my lad's never run 700 brake horsepower in his life. He's in for a shock. He'll realise then how reasonable that we all were at the time, making lots and lots of mistakes. Now, with everything that's available, he'll do a good job, he'll thoroughly enjoy it, and hopefully he'll drag me along as it goes. You know.
And you did similar to the Jordan team. You were in rallycross and then went into circuit racing. You were in the British touring cars for a good number of years with Dan. So that time you had some good results over that period as well. But you look back on that fondly, or are you pleased to be looking back at the rallycross paddocks now?
British touring cars is exactly where you want to be. It is phenomenal. It has an awful lot of downsides, which Andrew knows, everybody knows. But as a television spectacular, you have to say it's phenomenal. The paddock here now is starting to learn from how British touring cars were set up. People want to go out, they want to see a spectacle, they want to see everything really, really nice. And if you parked your truck at touring cars 2 inches out of place, you had to move it, and there was no mucking about. We all hated it, but then slowly you realise that's all part of the show. And again, I think the rallycross is on the up, because you look at the amount of cars here, especially with all the French contingent coming over and everything they're doing. This combined with Loiec, and they're just meetings that are just a proper weekend away. Really enjoyable, lots of fun, cheese, biscuits, glass of wine, brilliant. Yeah.
And just looking back at your career quickly again, you mentioned the Mark II Escort, how you actually enjoyed driving that. Is that the car you'd pick out as your best rallycross car from your career, or is there another out there?
Well, technically the Opel was by far the best. Mark III, that again was technically the best one, and the innovation that it brought. But prior to that, we'd had 5 or 6 years of driving Mark II Escorts, and to beat Tony Drummond, who was the arch rival at the time, you had to be into everything. You had to be doing all the chassis, moving the wheels, every conceivable bit that was within the regulations. That's what you did, with a parallel steering on the back, all this type of stuff. They were very, very special cars, and if I was going to build one from scratch, that is build with the Zaxby turbo.
And that relationship you have with Martin Scan, could that, with the X-Track transmission, that's a good bond you had there to develop the cars at the time?
Yeah, well, I met Martin in about 1972 when he drove in my door and we had a slight altercation. And he spent most of his rallycross career coming over, staying with us, living with us. Loads and loads of all-nighters out in the workshop. He used to sleep out in the car, fag in his mouth. And they were just phenomenal days. We tramped around Europe. He was far more successful than me. But he was Mr. Rallycross. He brought the sport alive, and as he went up through it, you either loved him, you hated him, but wow, what an entertainer. And some of the people now, they're growing into that. They can do that. It's got to be flamboyant. If you take Ken Block, what Ken Block brought to rallycross was just a different dimension. Wasn't doing rallycross particularly much, but that's the cars that we just take for granted. Absolutely stunning to come and watch.
Excellent. Well, we might have to wait another 2 years for the next Lydden Legend Festival, but from what you're saying, it sounds like you'll definitely be back, and hopefully in a rallycross paddock next year, but before that.
Oh, I'll be back kind of sat in the wheelchair probably, but my lad will be playing with the Opel. The Opel is nearly finished, ready to go. We just got to chuck a few more bob at it and collect the bits in that are all scattered around, and again it'll be another iconic car, and what a treat to see it sat alongside these ones here. You know, they're phenomenal.
Excellent. Thank you very much, John, for your time up on stage. That's our second Q&A of the day complete. We've got 3 more to come this afternoon, plus the autograph session here in the heart of the paddock. So if you're watching the live stream at home, don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more track action in the not too distant future. So we've got a brief pause in track action at the minute while dummy grid is getting built up again for another run of the rallycross cars. So it gives us the perfect opportunity to have a look round the paddock, and one of the actually Will Gollop European Championship winning MG Metro 6R4 behind us here, and we've got Ted Shepherd, who is Will's nephew, driving out on circuit in a Peugeot 206 this weekend, and you're complete with Uncle Will's old MG Metro 6R4 Silkerine overalls, Ted. So great to have you here. A big weekend for the family. You're getting out in the Peugeot and you're in the old overalls as well. Must be a brilliant 2 days.
It's been amazing. It's a complete and utter honour to be able to wear these overalls, let alone on a day like today at the Legends Festival. It's been such good fun seeing some of these amazing cars, and you know, where I'm a little bit younger and I wasn't around for these times, being able to see these in an actual 4K without a really old VHS video, it's just great to see these things, you know, and I've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's been great.
No, the attention around the car has been high all weekend, so it hasn't been out on track with a misfire issue, sadly, but it's still in paddock and brilliant to see it. It's such a rare chance. 10 years since it's been at Lydden.
Whether it goes out or not, it's just fantastic to see it. It's really not, you know, just to be able to even walk up to it and stand by it, especially when you're matching with it. And but it's just fantastic, and it's really a real honour, and it's such a great thing that both Pat, Hal, and all the organisers and all the marshals have put on today, allowing us to come down and experience something like this, because it's just brilliant. You know, where else does this happen?
Nowhere else. You're racing in the BTRDA Clubman's Rallycross Championship this year in a Renault Clio, but you are on track today in a Peugeot 206, Stuart Emery's old championship winning car. How has it been going, and in your old overalls as well? It's all come together.
Once again, just a complete honour. It's a real dream come true today. The 206 of Stuart Emery's is just an amazing car. It's been fantastic, and Stuart is so kind to let me have this opportunity to drive it today. I think I've been laying down some good pace and putting on a good show for all the spectators that are coming out, and it's just been so much fun. And yeah, it's just been amazing. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
Excellent. Thank you, Ted, for your time. This is the Will Gollop title-winning MG Metro 6R4 then, the bi-turbo car, the machine that won the 1992 European Rallycross Championship. So it is a pucker bit of kit owned by Enda Garvey. Enda owns the Ken Block Ford Focus, which is on display to our right in the paddock. So plenty to see in the Lydden Hill paddock across the 2 days, and although the 6R4 isn't out on circuit today, it's the absolute star attraction here in the paddock. So do make sure you're going to come and have a look at the 6R4 up close. So while the two-wheel drive rallycross cars are out on circuit, we've got a quick chat with Tristan Ovenden, absolute star of British rallycross for a number of years in supercars, Suzuki Swift, Super National. Tristan, you've raced in many levels of British rallycross, and you've got two of your cars on display here this weekend, the Renault Clio and the Citroën DS3. A big weekend here at Lydden Legends Festival.
Yeah, it is. It's a fantastic event, isn't it? Amazing. Yeah, so we're really pleased to be here. It's always lovely to get the Clio back out. That doesn't come out very often, but it's a very special car, particularly this weekend. You know, we were doing the parade with James, who drove the car before, so that's really lovely, and always good to get in a supercar and smoke some tyres if we can.
Yeah, you've done just that in the Rallycross Festival. So you're out in the Rallycross Festival with the DS3 and in the two-wheel drive with the Clio. As you mentioned, the Clio's got a lot of history. You've won the championship in it yourself, and Jamie Bird's had very successful results in it as well. So a pretty bit of British Rallycross history you own there.
Yeah, yeah, it's lovely to see him. He was here earlier and we had a good look round and a chat about, you know, things we've changed over the years and things that are different. But actually, there's very little is different from when his dad built the car. It was always very good, just some minor handling things. But yeah, it would be lovely to get him in it and just have a toodle around.
And you've upgraded your supercar this year from the Citroën DS3 to a Volkswagen Polo. Stepping back into the DS3 is a car you're very, very familiar with, but it was ageing a bit, and that's why you've upgraded for 2026.
Yeah, that's true. We weren't really planning on running the DS3 very much this year. This event was probably the only one we would have done. We will possibly hire it out to somebody else to drive as well later in the year. But yes, with the levels moved on, as you've seen in the championship, so we're trying to keep up with that.
Excellent. Well, enjoy the non-championship weekend here at Lydden. That's the beauty of this event. It's got many top championship drivers out in the paddock, but there's no points, no prizes on offer. It's just about showcasing the sport we all love. So great to chat with Tristan, and we'll let you watch the rest of the two-wheel drive rallycross races out on circuit. So it's not just about the rallycross drivers here at Lydden Legends Festival. We've spoken to many of those up on stage throughout the course of the 2 days, but we've been joined for today only by an absolute star of British rallying for many a decade, and that's Phil Collins. Phil, great to welcome you to Lydden Hill for Lydden Legends Festival, and you're leaning next to a very special Mark II Escort as well, which you see many of them in rallying, but this one in particular is a very special one indeed.
Well, it's much different from most escorts that you see in rallying, because most escorts are historic cars, as they would have been, and Harry Vatnam would have, and Hanno Mikla would have driven them back in the 70s. But this one was what we call in Ireland a modified car. So we put a 2.5 litre Millington engine in it. We have a 9-inch diff out of an Escort Cosworth, because that was the floor. As soon as you went to a bigger engine in one of these cars, the floor was the diff. And a 7.5-inch diff would do about 250, 300 miles before it would let go, and that was a pain, and it caused me some non-finishes. So this car we built, I don't know, it's 15, 17, 18 years ago, I'm not quite sure. And Graham Quick Motorsport was a guy who worked for me through Toyotas and has his own business, done a fabulous job. I'm just talking to Ian Gwynn out there now. You know, he talks about the quality of this car now that he's inherited it in his workshop, because a guy called Steve Gallagher has bought it in recent times, and he also owns Colin McRae's car, which was the car we competed against when Colin was driving it in both Killarney and the Isle of Man, which was again an absolute joy.
And escorts are a big part of your career, right back to the start as well. So RS2000 to begin with. Just take us back to where your career began and before you ended up getting a Mark II in the later years.
My father worked for Ford, selling tractors back in the day, and took me to a Grand Prix when I was 2.5 years of age, and I fell in love with the sport. So I did some autocross for a few years, and then I wanted to go rallying, and I went to watch an event in the Dean, and I saw Donald Heggie actually in a red Mark II Escort, and I thought, wow, I've got to have some of this. I bought an RS2000, did a few events, had some good results. Ended up then buying an RS 1600 to do the 1600 BTRDA Championship 78, 79, and absolutely had a ball. So much learning to do, of course. You know, every rally's different, whether it's gravel, tarmac. I did quite a bit on Epint. Got a name for being reasonably quick on Epint. Remember the third overall in that 1600 car, and people wanted to take a head off. It can't be 1600, all of that sort of stuff. And then eventually we took the climb up, and I was told about a car that was being built at Pershaw, a guy called Dave Lampett. He was a brilliant rallying engineer, motorsport engineer, and he was building the car for John Buffum, the American guy who was coming over here to do the British Championship. Some of the deal went wrong, the deal fell apart, the car was for sale, no engine or gearbox, and I went to look at it, and it was an immaculate piece of rally body shell engineering, but it was red. I said, oh, Dave, I wanted a white car. I said, why have you painted the damn thing red? He said, do you ever see a slow fire engine? And from there on, I stayed Venetian red. Bought the paint in 5-gallon drums, because I used to have a few accents. So we rallied that BTRDA Epin. I started going to Ireland. I did an event in Killarney, and I'll never forget it. Again, that was 1980, my first time over there, and they would give you free entry and give you a free hotel and all of that, you know. And I just met so many people, and I had an absolute ball in Ireland. Then I moved on from 2 litre to Ascona, and Jimmy was here earlier, obviously, and Jimmy was a GM man through and through. So the Ford deal was running out. So we bought an Opel Ascona, and then we updated that to a Manta, and I did the national championship. I so nearly won it in 1984, but I made a mistake on the penultimate round, and in the end David Llewellyn won it and I was second. And David used to hire a car off us, so we worked together for a long time. And then the option came along to quote for the Toyota deal in later years, and of course. But before we get to that, the next thing that happened was Ford did a championship. They called it the Securico Sierra Challenge, and we were in 1985. So we actually got the first Sierra Cosworth that came into the country. We did win the rally in it. Then we followed on with the next 5 events, which were that championship. We were lucky enough to win it. Chris Mellors was second, and we had a ball with that, with a lot of hard luck stories. We haven't got time to tell you all of those now, but we had highs and lows, ups and downs, as anybody does in motorsport. And anyway, we won that, so that gave us a couple of years with Brooklyn Garages doing the Open Championship.
Is this the pink Sierra, which people may remember well?
It became pink partway through it. We did a season, or part of a season, in blue. We got to the end of the year, and we were doing the RAC, and they were looking for some sponsorship. And Mr. Tompkinson Carpets came along. The guy who was their marketing director knew Mike Hill from Brooklyn, and he said, look, we'd like to do this. And so the sponsorship was 10 grand, I remember it, but the deal is we want you to paint it pink because we're a carpet manufacturer. So they called me up and said, this is what's happening. Oh, that's great. Oh, pink, oh God, that's a bit odd. I said, okay, fine, I don't care what colour they, but don't ask me to wear pink overalls. 20 minutes later, Phil, I'm sorry, but it's pink overalls as well. So we did that, and we actually had an incident on the first day of that RAC rally, because I didn't do the recce, but David Llewellyn did, and I got a copy of his pace notes. His pace notes weren't quite the same as mine, and so we came out in Clumber Park. We came over this crest and into a right onto a bridge, and his right 5 was a tighter corner than mine, so wow, I put the tail end out and the tail swung back and we just jammed it across this bridge. And there were bales of straw. We couldn't get it from there, it was across a narrow bridge. So anyway, people came out, and I did a 17-point turn, and then eventually people came out and lifted the car, and away we went again. That night, Paul White was the clerk of the course, and we were in a restaurant. He came over and he said, Phil, have you caused me some trouble? What's the matter? He said, that bridge is 16th century carved stone. The insurer of the entire rally would insure the whole route except that bridge. I've got somebody else to insure it. They've just switched their television on, news at 10, and we bring them the RAC rally from Clumber Park, and there's me going in between the walls. But anyway, we went on and we had a ball with that, and we did another season. But then I still had some guys working for me, preparing cars for an assortment of customers, and one of them was Graham Middleton, who had a Toyota. So as a result of that, we got introduced to the Toyota, the team from Red Hill, who wanted to do the Open Championship next year. David Llewellyn was the driver. Jimmy had been driving that car when it was prepared by RED, but it had been quite unreliable, so he decided to go back to Ford. Davey got the drive, and then we were awarded the contract. And we'd had a verbal conversation about me continuing to drive this Sierra whilst my men were preparing a Toyota to compete against us. So it was a slightly strange situation, but I'd got a verbal agreement that it was acceptable. And then Stig was doing the Swedish and rolled the car that Ford intended to give to Gwyndaf Evans for him to come and join us in the Open Championship. So they were a car short. Autosport said Llewellyn and Collins for Toyota. Stuart Turner, bless him, who left this planet not long ago, saw the headline and said, sorry, Phil, you're Toyota, you're out. Because they were short of a car, give Phil's car to Gwyndaf.
Right. So during that time, though, you'd had the Ford Sierra. Didn't Ayrton Senna test it at one point as well?
Is that very early stages? Absolutely, very early stages. And that was a guy called Russell Bulgin, who was a journalist with Car and Car Conversions. And I knew Russell quite well. He knew Ayrton quite well. He came to me one day and said, Phil, Ayrton would like to drive a rally car. Is there anything you can do to make this happen? I said, we'll make that happen. And so Brooklyn, Mike Hill particularly, was a brilliant guy. His boys now are still working sometimes with Tim and Richard, his sons, lovely people. So obviously we went up to Jan Churchill's place up in Meadowcarno, where the Higgins boys then later on took it on. And brought up some other cars. There were 5 or 6 cars there, and he came with me to start with. And I took him for a skid up through this forest, a mile and a half, handbrake turn, and came back. He got out of the car. He said, that guy's a nutcase. I'm not getting in. But after he drove with some other cars, and then he got back in this car. So he's driving. I'm in the passenger seat. And I said, now, this is not a race circuit. Do not go into these corners wide, because you'll get on the gravel. Yeah, sure, I got that. The very first corner, 150 yards down into a big open right-hander. He goes in just like he's going into Stowe Corner at Silverstone. I went straight off the road into the ditch. And we're up against a tree. Oh, my God, the last round of this championship is next Saturday, for God's sake. I'm so sorry. But by the end of the day, he drove the car like poetry.
And this is Senna at the peak of his powers in Formula One at the time. So you just wanted to go in a rally car.
Yeah, it'd just be like taking Antonelli out for a day out now. It was that equivalent. And Senna was the man. And when we lost him, I mean, got to know him a bit that day, and to see what a lovely guy he was, because he had an intolerance, not just of journalists, forgive me, but of journalists who ask stupid questions. So he got that sort of grumpiness about him, but he was a lovely guy. We actually got the van. We were going down under a back road to this forest stage, and the van had got tyres up on the top, and it got tatty. And we were slightly damp, both on city. And we were slightly damp, both on similar tyres. Away we go. Anyway, Colin gone first. We went second. We were about car 10, and we took 3 seconds off him. Hallelujah. Then we went into a stage called Gorton again, which I didn't know, and we took 5. And I was elated. And then we got to the service area, and I talked to Colin, everything okay, and he was a joy. And then he went up there next time, he took a second. Then we went into Gorton again, second time we took 8. And that battle continued right through the day. And he said to me, I heard you were quick, you old bastard, but I didn't realise you were that quick, So to get that from Colin was immense. And then we went and we did the Isle of Man a month or 2 later, and that battle was the bit that was mentioned on Netflix, and there was nothing in it really. We had the edge that night, and he had the edge next morning, and then he broke the diff, because that car had a little diff. And I said to you earlier about these cars breaking differentials and a 9-inch diff, and that anyway, we just thoroughly enjoyed that experience, and so I rallied on with this car until 6 and a bit years ago. I always said I will rally till I'm 70, ski until I'm 80, and live until I'm 90. And I've done one of those things. And I wasn't at the sharp any longer. There were, young guys down the gym beating me. I was lying 10th on the Donegal rally, and I thought, you know what, I'm not at the sharp end anymore. I think this is probably good enough. And I did a few gravel events, including the RAC in that Oblascona, and the clutch went on it. And I'm driving back into Carlisle, and I said to Den Golding, who was sat with me at the time, I said, Den, you've just sat with me on my last rally. And I pulled the plug on it. I sold both cars because I had to sell the cars. Otherwise, I'd get a telephone call from the County Kerry event is on in 3 months, Phil, will you come over and stay in a hotel and we'll put you up and all of that. And then I'd be sitting up on the side of the hedge. So I sold the car. Nick Whale bought this car, and then it went through a couple of other hands, and now it's owned by Steve Gallagher. And he was kind enough to ask me if I'd like to drive it today. And I had a bit of a skid round there earlier on some cold tyres, and it was just a joy. It doesn't seem that long ago I was sat in the car, honestly. It's an absolute joy to be here. A
special event to be part of, because the rally and the rallycross link, and your brother John was a successful rallycrosser in Vauxhall Tigra and back in the super modified years, so you know both well.
Yes, and I did some racing in between all of that, so motorsport's been in my blood all my life, and I'm almost trying to be in denial of that now in my later years with a set of golf clubs. But actually it's just rekindled all the thoughts and the memories and the people, and Pat Durant was good enough to show me around the pits last night. We used to prepare Pat's car. That was part of the connection way back in the 80s. And
when Pat was in rallying, that was?
Yes, when he was rallying, and so that's how we met him, and Steve Turvey was co-driving for him and all of that. So it's just a joy, and there are so many people here because there is an overlap in rallycross and rallying more so than there would be with circuit racing. And to see, there's so many old cars here, old rallycross cars here, 20 years old or so, but 600 horsepower, and you just hear the note out there, and it's a joy to see it. And I think Pat's done fantastically well creating this Legends event, and I think they're going to run it here annually from now on. And honestly, the very best of luck to him. I think it's fantastic.
Excellent. That's a good note to end on, I think, Phil, because the cars are firing up again in dummy grip behind you. We've had a bit of a delay on circuit, and the supercars will be back out. So great to hear from Phil Collins here on the stage. We've still got more interviews to come later this afternoon, and the autograph session down here in the paddock. But do make sure you have a look for the bright red Ford Escort Mark II with Collins behind the wheel, because that'll be out later this afternoon. So tremendous rallycross 90s race to close our period before we go into our next track parade on circuit. But that was a superb rallycross supercar race. We had a mixture of 90s supercars with the rallycross festival entries, so the more modern supercars, the 2000 spec cars, plus a very special Lamborghini in that running as well. And if you weren't here yet,
and it was Matty Alamaki in the Lancia Stratus, and I can remember sitting down there in the commentary box, and I mentioned over, I can't make up my mind. Is the car quicker than the driver, or is the driver quicker than the car? Because he was fighting the damn thing. The spectacle was fantastic. And that's what rally, isn't it? It's a spectacle.
Excellent.
It is.
It is. It's just that. Great to have you up here, Arthur. Our parade is coming to a conclusion now in down Hairy Hill. So it's been such a busy paddock. It's taken a while to get all around the circuit, but great to have you back. And you're keeping well as well. And you're obviously very active in following motorsport and keeping well up to date with everything.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up to date. I must say, I don't think the New Look Motorsport News is doing Rallycross a credit. It's not giving Rallycross the coverage it should be. It's some time before MSV took it over, I found and spoke to Matt James, the editor, and I said, what the hell's happened to Rallycross? You're not talking about it. And he said, we haven't got any money. Well, they have now, apparently, but we still don't get. I can remember one of the first pages I would always look at in Motorsport News was a feature called The Sporting Scene. That was where you got the gossip for trials, for rallycross, for hill climbs, oval racing. The gossip. You don't get that now. It's not there. It should be there. You know, people like trials people. To them, it's a great sport, and they deserve a bit of publicity, but they're not getting it. Rallycross. The only time rallycross gets any coverage is when there's a major event. And I noticed this week, this event is not mentioned whatsoever. It's not in the little tiny postage stamp bits, you know, the roundup of what's available this weekend. The only grassroots motorsport I think they mentioned this week is Hot Rods at Ipswich. Nothing else.
Yeah. Well, we'll definitely be plugging it as much as we can at this event, because so many people here at the circuit today and watching our live stream back home as well. So great, brilliant to have you up here in your own tower named after yourself. Well, great to have you here, and
and lovely to be here, Dan. It really is.
Great.
But you know, I say what I think.
Yep.
And I think what I say sometimes.
Thanks, Arthur, for joining us.
Okay.
The parade now concluding. We are going to go back into rally cars next. So rally two-wheel drive cars are going to come out of the dummy grid and back out onto circuit. Don't forget the autograph session at 2 p.m. That will be our next interview on stage in the paddock. we've got rally two-wheel drive now out on circuit, but they're going to go rally crossing. So these drivers have opted to go onto the rallycross circuits. They're rally cars, but they're going to go rally crossing, and they're going to turn right here rather than left, so they're onto Talladega. So enjoy this rally/rallycross demo, and this is just a flavour of the two-wheel drive machinery we have here at Lydden Legends Festival, because we have a Vauxhall, a Skoda Favorit in the middle there, a Peugeot 205, a complete array of rally machinery, and these drivers have chosen to give their cars a go on the rallycross circuit. So normally here at Lydden Legends Festival they stick to the tarmac. That's because a lot of the cars in the paddock, the rally cars, are Group Bs in tarmac specification, which are worth £500,000 or so. So it's sensible for the organisers to put the rally drivers onto the tarmac circuit, the shortest race circuit in the UK at just 1 mile in length, and it's a good showcase of their cars and machinery. But the option was there for these drivers to go out in their cars onto the rallycross circuit, and that's just what they're doing here. So we'll let you enjoy this rally/rallycross demo race, and we're back with the two-wheel drive rally cars shortly back onto the tarmac. So our Rally two-wheel drive cars are heading back to the paddock, and a very eclectic mix of rally machinery. These right through to the 2000s, and we're next on circuit will be a celebration of Subarus. We'll have a solely Subaru session, and it's the 2-door Impreza, the 4-door Impreza, take your pick. We'll have them out on circuit, including a car which wasn't here yesterday, and that's a very special Pike hill climb car driven by Damien Bradley. So I'll run you through that when the Subarus are let loose from dummy grid. Just to run you through the rest of the day, Rally 2-wheel drive demos have just completed their sessions. Subaru Rally 4-wheel drive cars will be coming out next for their sole Subaru session. and then be into another rally demo before the family relay for the rallycrossers. So that is a unique event for this meeting. It's where father and son teams head out on circuit. So you've got Patrick O'Donovan and Ollie O'Donovan, Will Ovenden and Tristan Ovenden, the names you're very familiar with in the rallycross paddock, but they take part in a unique challenge on circuit where the dad will drive first, does 3 laps, heads into the pit lane. They do a GT style driver change in the Lydden Hill pit lane, which is never used for a rallycross event normally. Then the young driver gets in, does 3 laps, and that's the family relay completed. It was entertaining yesterday. There was a lot going on in the pit lane of cars and issues for the drivers, so that'll be a bit of fun once we're through these rally demos with the Subarus, which are out on circuit next. into our Subaru Rally demos now, purely for the Subaru machinery. And just to pick out a couple of these cars, we've got the Damien Bradley number 51 Pikes Peak car. So on our coming down Dover Slope now through the chicane, that is the white and blue second place car. Onto our live stream screens now, going through a Devil's Elbow for those trackside as well. And this wasn't here yesterday, but it competes in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb in Colorado, the famous Race to the Clouds, and it's the fastest ever closed wheel car to go up Shelty Walsh Hill Climb. He's a British hill climb competitor, a small privateer team, and they built this car in a barn with two friends in York. It started life as a £500 road car used by an old lady to do her weekly shopping, and now it's been transformed into this proper Pikes Peak machine. It is 700 brake horsepower it puts out, 2.3 litre, 4-wheel drive, turbocharged. Very impressive bit of kit, and Damien Bradley, who's a late arrival to the Lydden Legends Festival, having missed yesterday, is already catching Subaru Impreza rally car up ahead, so you can really see the pace here of the hill climb Pikes Peak spec Subaru as it clambers up into North Bend Hairpin. It's going to be leading this demo fairly shortly, and Damien's putting on a good show as they go through out of North Bend and charge down into Paddock Bend. But we've got Imprezas from all of the different eras on the circuit, and we've got a real mixture of Subaru machinery out on track as Damien Bradley hassles our demo leader down into Pilgrims and through Chestons. But I'll let you enjoy these sounds and sights of the Subarus on the circuit. Once they are off track, we'll be back with the rallycross machines for the family relay. So the family relay is our next track once the Subarus are off circuit. Subarus complete their run then, and just before they all head off circuit, one particular car to look at, the number 40 on the entry list for this weekend, number 3 on the door, is the ProDrive built Works Subaru Impreza owned by Martin Spurrell. Now, Colin McRae drove this car to victory on the 1997 Network Q RAC Rally as he was trying to stop Tommy Mackinnon taking the title. It's been owned by Martin since 2012 at a proper ProDrive Works car. So it's not just the rallycross royalty we've got here in the paddock at Lydden Legends Festival, it's the rally machinery, the royalty from the rally cars as well. So do, if you haven't already, head round the paddock. The rally cars are in the far corner by the toilet block in the corner of the paddock. On the freshly laid tarmac a couple of years ago, you'll see all of the rally cars on display, and they've got a very nice array in the paddock of through the generations of rally cars from the 60s right through to the 2000s. Family Relay is our next track action, and that generations of rallycross drivers head out on track together. Before we get into the family relay, though, we've got more rally cars to get out on circuit, and it's the turn of the Group B rally cars and four-wheel drive rally machinery. One of those in particular, an ex-Colin McRae MG Metro 6R4. Now, this is being driven today by Ian Barr, a Pucker 6R4, driven by McRae on the Donegal Rally in 2006 with Nicky Grist, his long-time co-driver, sitting alongside him. This is owned by John Reeks now, a driver who we've regularly seen driving historic F1 machinery at Brands Hatch, but John's added this MG Metro 6R4 to his collection, and this is no replica. It is a proper works Longbridge built 6R4. It's got trick bits added onto it as well. Colin McRae really wanted the very best for his car. It was a car he enjoyed driving when not in the full-time works WRC. He had time to go out into these one-off events and drive this brilliant 6R4 at times. It's been through a full rebuild during lockdown, and it's great to see the mid-engine car back out on circuit. It used to run at 12 to 13,000 RPM back in the day. It's now limited to 9,500 revs just to protect the engine. It's the original engine in this car. It is a real historical object, and brilliant that Ian has brought the car along here today to drive it around Lydden Hill Circuit. It's been restored in Tunbridge in recent years, not too far away at all at Ian Barkaway's base, so great that the car, having been restored and repaired locally, is now back out on circuit at the local rallycross venue. It's joined on track by Ford Escort Cosworths, Ford RS200s in there as well. James Avis is here this weekend in his Ford RS200, and also the O'Donovans. Patrick O'Donovan and Ollie O'Donovan have been sharing the car, the blue and yellow Ford Escort going through Chessons now. They've been sharing their Ford Escort Cosworth across the course of the weekend. That's a proper works built Ford Escort. Robbie Head drove it in period, and Patrick's driving the car on circuit now. So a great array of Group B and four-wheel drive rally cars on circuit. They'll head back to the paddock now, and next time it will be time for our second family relay event of the weekend, and we've got a few new drivers entering that little race, so we'll run you through the changes to the entry list once that's all confirmed. But we're due to have Andrew Jordan out in a different car, so AJ's due to be driving a different car to his Citroen C4 in the family relay, which will be our next track action. Time for the family relay then here at day 2 of the Lydden Legends Festival in 2026. So it's the turn of the older generation first. We're going to get the dads in the cars first. Ollie O'Donovan on pole position in the Peugeot 306. Steve Harris alongside in the Ford RS 200. He starts second. On the outside of row 1, George Tracy Sr. in his ex-Olivier Anne Citroen C4. Row 2, Tristan Ovenden in his Renault Clio V6, and this is going to be a big grid because we've got a mixture of 2-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive rallycross machinery. Row 2 is the Dan Swayland, usually driven by Dan Swayland Ford Escort, and yes, Dan is in the car first. So we've got father and son, but we've also got friends driving the cars because Dan Swayland is going to start. He will then hand over to Charlie French. So Charlie French, a double Super Retro Rallycross champion, will be jumping in to the number 22 Ford Escort Mark 1. Row 3, it's the Crockett family. They are rocket ships, so expect to see Davey and Alan Crockett in the car. Davey will be starting, handing over to Alan. Row 3 alongside him is the Talbot Sunbeam. Scott Reed is starting that car. He usually builds rallycross engines, doesn't drive the Sunbeam usually. It's usually in the hands of Hannah Stewart, who'll be taking the car over. Alongside them, the Opel Corsa from Holland. Niels van Warrenberg and his dad Henk. Henk's driving the car to start with. It was on its roof this time yesterday. They've worked very quickly to get the car repaired, and the Van den Warrenbergs start on row 3. Row 4, we find the Peugeot 206 of Ted Shepherd. So Ted and should be, I'm guessing Stuart Emery might be in the car. That's the one I haven't got confirmed. And alongside him on the back row is the Ford Escort Mark II, Charlie French's car usually, but it's not being driven by Charlie now. Julian Godfrey's in the Tuesday Night Rallycross Club TNC car, and Andrew Jordan will be taking it over. So this is a big 6-lap race with a pit stop. Anything could happen here in the family relay race. 3 laps of action before they go into the pits for a driver change. We go for the family relay at Lydden Legends Festival, and it's the O'Donovan car which gets down into Canandaigua with the lead. Ollie O'Donovan leads, Steve Harris into second spot. Tristan Ovenden's best of the 2-wheel drive cars. He's running in third, but it is Double OD. Ollie O'Donovan up over the tabletop with the lead. The bodywork's coming loose on the Ford RS200 of Steve Harris behind. He's in second spot. George Tracy Sr. in fourth. But our race leader, Ollie O'Donovan, in the Peugeot 306. They had last-minute issues with the car in the paddock, but they've got it repaired, and the 306 is working nicely as it comes down Hairy Hill for the first time. Double OD leads the way then. Second spot for the Harrises. Third is Tristan Ovenden. What a great drive this is from Ovenden in the Clio. He's sticking with the 4-wheel drive cars in the early stages. Then we find Davey Crockett, Ted Shepherd's Peugeot 206. That looks like Stuart Emery behind the wheel of 206 at the moment. I'll be handing over to Ted Shepherd, but it's Ollie O'Donovan who leads in GB1. He's got the advantage at the minute. We're halfway through the first stage. The bodywork's coming loose on the Ford RS200, but there's good action behind because the Crockett's are keeping the Emery, Peugeot and Dan Swalen's Ford at bay for now. Ollie O'Donovan's pulling clear. Scott Reed's retired the Talbot Sunbeam. So the Talbot Sunbeam is out of this one. That's parked up on the North Bend, on the approach to North Bend hairpin. And Tristan Ovington's making a move for second place. Here comes the Renault Clio. The bodywork goes flying off the Ford RS200. The RS200 has lost a lot of bodywork there. Steve Harris has got a very lightweight Autoplastic car now, and he's behind Tristan Ovington. We're on to our final lap of this first stage of the family relay, and Tristan Ovington is up into second spot. The ex-Jamie Bird Renault Clio can still beat the four-wheel drive cars out there. It's going very strongly indeed. It's up into second spot now. Behind them there's good close racing, because Davy Crockett's ahead of the Emery Peugeot with Dan Swayland in there as well. The driver change will be taking place very shortly. The drivers are ready and waiting in the pit lane. We've got debris on circuit, so the drivers have got to avoid the bodywork on the approach to the paddock bend turn. But this is the end of the first stage then. The drivers are going to be coming through and into the pit lane next time through. So the race for now is complete. The first stage is pretty much. Steve Harris, who's our third place runner, will be going into the pit stop stages shortly, but Alan Crockett, Ted Shepherd and Dan Swayden having a good duel in the middle of the pack still. They'll be heading round into the pit lane in the not too distant future. Further back, Dan Swayden's having a go at the Peugeot 206, so there's good action in that middle pack of this one. Over 5th, 6th, 7th positions. The drivers are all getting ready to jump into their cars. The Peugeot 306 of Ollie O'Donovan is staying out then, so not into the pit lane just yet. So the Ollie O'Donovan Peugeot staying out on circuit for now. He's heading round on the normal circuit, so we're going a bit longer than we initially planned for the family relay race. There's not two versions of this race today, just the one. So looks like we've extended the lap count to allow these rallycross racers to have a bit more time on circuit, but it's not what Tristan Ovington would have wanted to hear, because he's still got the Ford RS200 right behind him. That's the Steve Harris driven car. He'll be handing over to son Jake as the Peugeot 206 of Ted Shepherd. Stuart Emery comes charging up the inside of Davy Crockett in the Opel Kadett. Behind them we have the Ford Escort Mark II of Julian Godfrey, but the drivers are ready and raring in the pit lane, and now we're going into the pit stop section. So the pit stop sequence now is beginning. O'Donovan is your first driver in, so we've got the first stage completed of this family relay, one lap longer than we initially had planned. The drivers now have got to come in. This is the crucial pit stop stage. Ollie O'Donovan in first, Patrick O'Donovan getting ready to jump in, and we're hoping the rest of the field will soon join them. This is a endurance style pit stop for the rallycross racers. Into the pits they come. We've got the Renault Clio V6 as our second placed car. Ollie O'Donovan's Peugeot 306 leads the way at the pit stops, and they need to assess the damage on the Ford RS200 because a lot of bodywork has gone flying. Out jumps Tristan Ovington then of the second place Renault Clio. In goes younger son Will Ovington. Will, just 20 years of age. At this point in the event yesterday, they had issues with the car and weren't able to complete the rest of the race. Steve Harris has jumped out of the RS200. In goes Jake Harris, helped by son Caden's there. So yeah, Caden is on hand to help his uncle Jake. Stuart Emery's jumped out of the Peugeot. Stuart's out. Ted Shepherd getting in. So that was the lineup then for the Peugeot 206. It was Stuart Emery and Ted Shepherd. The Crockett's are still in position. Davies jumped out of the Kadett. In goes Alan. Alan is a top driver. We'll see the Crockett, I'm sure, at good speed as it comes up and back out onto circuit. Davies pleased with his work. That was a good 4 laps of action for the Northern Irish squad. Next on circuit will be the 22 car. Dan Swayden's got out. Charlie French is getting in. Thumbs up from the start line marshals then, and we should be getting the cars fairly out fairly soon. The Tracy family ready, George Tracy Senior and Junior, but we have got a delay on track because the Talbot Sunbeam is going to need recovery. So we're not going to launch the cars back out immediately. We've got a Talbot Sunbeam needing recovery on North Bend hairpin. So we now have a delay in proceedings. We're not going to get the track go green just yet. The Neil van den Warrenberg Opel Corsas at the back of the train, but Scott Reed in the Talbot Sunbeam has stopped on the climb up into North Bend Hairpin. So that's the issue here. We haven't got a track able to go green racing. So we're going to have to hold the cars a bit longer than planned in the pit lane area. So once we've got this Talbot Sunbeam removed, we'll be ready to go racing again. Once this family relay is complete, we'll have a short pause now while the car's recovered. We'll be going into the autograph session in the paddock. So that will be taking place during our next Q&A with Andrew Jordan, who's jumping in the Ford Escort Mark II. So Andrew's got a busy afternoon. Steve Harris has jumped out of the RS200. He's happy with his work despite losing a lot of body work on the Ford coming down into Paddock Bend. The Peugeot 306 had an issue at the start of the race and the bonnet is up on the car. So hopefully nothing too wrong with the Peugeot. Patrick's been throwing the car around so far today, absolutely sideways through Paddock Bend. If you haven't seen the video of Patrick sideways through Paddock, do go and seek it out on the Lydden Legends Festival social media pages, because Patrick's been absolutely Ollie Bennett style sending it through Paddock all weekend long in what is a 1990s built supercar. So the older Peugeot can still do it. It's on modern supercar lap times, that's for sure. Patrick's been a star and he's going to jump in the car now, ready to restart. Caden Harris is ready to see what Uncle Jake can do in the RS200. Caden drove this car yesterday, and now Ted Shepherd's in the Peugeot. So Ted will be our next driver in the Peugeot 206. He's been driving the car at the Rally Sprint events here at Lydden in recent months and getting more and more used to the car. The Crockett Opel Kadett ready to go, but the recovery of the Talbot Sunbeam still continuing. Sadly, Scott Reed's race ended earlier than planned. Hannah Stewart was due to get in to the former Colway Tyres competitor car as the Tracy family wait in a dummy in the pit lane ready to go. Spectators enjoying the action in the team viewing area as the Tracy family get ready to go in their ex-Olivier Yann Citroen C4, but the recovery crew's still at work at the top of North Bend Hairpin. Don't forget, the rest of the afternoon here at Lydden Hill will have plenty more rally demos and two-wheel drive rallycross action to come. Andrew Jordan will be back out in circuit in his Citroen C4. We'll have a display on circuit from KAP, who are sponsoring this weekend's event. So the JQs will be back out on circuit at some stage during the afternoon for some runs in the new road car machinery, as Steve Harris says hello to our camera on the live stream. But the event with support from KAP and Scale Electric this weekend. Pat Duran's Ford RS200 has been transformed into a Scale Electric car in recent months, so if you haven't seen it already, do try and find the RS200 in the paddock, because there's a Scale Electric model of it available as well. And it looks soon like we'll be getting a clear circuit, because the Talbot Sunbeam, after its unfortunate early retirement, is being taken off the circuit, heading back into the paddock, and we may soon be able to go green for the final, what will be 3 laps. So 3 laps for our final section, and it'll be Patrick O'Donovan who's set to lead them out of the pit lane and back onto the circuit. Can Will Ovenden in the Renault Clio keep the 4-wheel drive RS200 behind him at bay? They're ahead of the Citroen C4 supercar. They're the top 2-wheel drive runner in the Clio at the minute, but can he keep the faster cars behind at bay? Patrick's back out on circuit, so the race leader back out. Patrick O'Donovan in the Peugeot onto track. 3 laps left to go. Will Ovenden and the rest all piled out of the pit lane, and we are back to rallycross racing, but Patrick O'Donovan's gone wide and something's failed on the Peugeot. So the Peugeot 306 is not going to win the family relay today. It had issues earlier and the issues have struck again, sadly, for the G-Tech built Peugeot. Patrick O'Donovan's out of the family relay, and it's now the Ovendens who lead it then. So this would be a brilliant victory in a car built by Mick Bird, who we sadly lost a few months ago. What a brilliant way it would be to round out the family relay event by winning it in the Bird-built Clio. Still a few laps to go, but it's Will Ovenden, the young 20-year-old charger from Addisham, who's leading the four-wheel drive supercars that are out there and the best of the best from the two-wheel drive division as well. So it's our race leader, Will Ovenden, into Paddock Bend, through the right-hander at the bottom of the hill. He's got 2 laps left to go. Patrick O'Donovan out of the car. He's getting out of the car, I think. He's onto the infield, sadly. We've lost the Opel Corsa from Holland as well. Niels van der Warrenberg stopped the car. But it is Will Ovenden who leads. Andrew Jordan's now out in the Ford Escort Mark II. So the flame-spitting Ford at the back of the pack, driven by Andrew. And Jake Harris is now trying to catch our race leader. So I don't think this race is done yet. The Ford RS200 behind the Clio is looking racy without its aero on the rear. It's lost a lot of bodywork, but it's still looking very effective. And the Ford RS200 of Jake Harris is still there or thereabouts. Will needs to keep his foot to the floor to keep the four-wheel drive Group B car behind him. He's in this Vauxhall-powered mid-engine Renault Clio. It's one hell of a rallycross car, and the RS200 is getting a bit out of shape behind him. There's a last lap board shown then. 1 mile to go. Ted Shepherd's in a very strong third place, wearing his Uncle Will Gollop's overalls. He's there in third, but it's Will Ovenden who's leading. We have about half a mile left to go then, up over the tabletop into Devil's Elbow, and it's Will Ovenden who leads, but this is where the RS200 will be strong. Jake Harris kisses the curb through the elbow, and watch the power of the Ford as it goes up Harry Hill. Is he able to draw in on the Renault Clio? He's showing his nose up the inside, and here comes Jake Harris. Harris is there in the Ford, but Will Ovenden's holding his own out wide. They go side by side, and here comes Jake. Jake's through and into the lead. He takes top spot away, or does he? He spins at the bottom of the hill. Will Ovenden takes avoiding action, and it's going to be the Ovendens who win the family relay. Will Ovenden does it. Ted Shepherd second. Great drama. The Crockett's are third. Fourth place for the Tracy family in the Olivier Anne car. Dan Swayland's Ford comes through. Charlie French behind the wheel. With Andrew Jordan brings the SR1 Ford Escort Mark II through as our final finisher, but it's Will Ovenden and Tristan Ovenden who win the family relay. Great display, and it's the two-wheel drive car which beats the supercars. The two-wheel drive machine of Will Ovenden and partnered with Dad Tristan win on the road, and what a fitting tribute to Mick Bird, a true stalwart of British rallycross. His career spanned decades and generations. Mick built this very Renault Clio for his son Jamie to drive. He won titles in the car. Tristan Ovenden's gone and done that as well. It's been one hell of a rallycross machine, and now it wins the family relay at the 2026 Lydden Legends Festival. Great stuff from the local team. They will be delighted with that. It's a brilliant effort from the Goody Demolition stickered Renault Clio V6. The Ovendens win it. They beat the supercars. Family 2026 is complete. We've got a few stranded rallycross cars around the paddock, so I'm going to head back into around the circuit. So I'll head back into the paddock for our next Q&A, which is with Andrew Jordan in about 10 minutes time. So do head into the paddock and you'll see Andrew on stage for our next Q&A. On-track action will continue with our rallycross races fairly shortly, followed by the rally demos to round out the day here at Lydden Legends Festival. after all the excitement of the family relay out on circuit, there's a bit of recovery to do as the rally cars head out onto track. The autograph session is alive and kicking behind us, but we've got back up on stage for the second time this weekend Andrew Jordan. Andrew, great to welcome you back to Lydden, as we said yesterday. Into day 2 now, and you must be loving it. It's been good weather all weekend, and you're in an ex-Kenneth Hansen C4, so can't get much better.
It's been a great weekend. It's had quite a few laps on it. You know, you get a fair bit of running here, which is when you rallycross in general, the running's quite low, but we've had lots of laps here and really enjoyed it. The weather's been good, obviously. It's a different story if it's raining, but yeah, car's been really good. I've really enjoyed driving it. Yesterday was probably the most fun I've had in a car for a long while. So went back to the hotel with a big smile on my face.
It sounds like it's gone very well indeed then. What were the expectations coming into it? Because you built it up in the last year. Did you have any for the car?
Yeah, I was a bit nervous before yesterday because I thought, we finished it literally the day before it came here, and not without any issues along the way. So I was, a little bit nervous before yesterday morning, just that it would run all okay. But it has. It's been fantastic. It's probably felt better than I expected it would. We've been in touch with Kenneth over the last couple of months on spring rates and stuff like that, so in theory it should all be pretty much set up how he used to run it, and we've been tweaking it throughout the weekend. Not that it really matters, but that's kind of what we do and what we used to, so making notes after each run and just trying to improve the car in areas, but really enjoyed driving it.
For those who missed the story yesterday, you've wanted to get an old supercar for a good while. You've been looking for one, and this came up in deepest Finland, and you found it 12 months ago and took it on.
Yeah, frankly it's one of the best ones we could have got, if I'm honest, and we'd looked around at a few other options, but when this one came up with the history it got, obviously with Kenneth being an icon of the sport and someone I always looked up to, I've got a picture of me sat in this when I was 16 years old as a Kenneth Hansen fan at a European round in France in this car. So it all worked out very nicely. The car when it arrived wasn't very nice at all, so it was a huge amount of work and effort from everyone, so I'm just really proud to own it, and it's certainly not a car that will be sold or keep. We'll use it once a year. We'll do the Lydden Festival, Lydden Legend Festival, and the Lorient one, and once a year is. A couple of times I could run it for the year, that would be enough, but once I'll settle for that. I'm not going to go and race it in any British round or anything like that. It's just these special events I'll do with it.
It's your first time back at Lydden for a good few years since the new layout's gone in. How have you found the changes to the track since you last raced here back in 2019, I think, in Titans?
Yeah, the jump's good. It's quite bumpy in areas before the jump, but it's good, and it's got the great atmosphere it always has, and you don't get a better circuit layout for spectating, so it's great to see so many people here, lots of old friends and familiar faces still here in the sport enjoying it, and that's something nice to see, is to see the passion that people have still got for the sport. And looking back, I just don't think you get better than the good old days, as they say, these sort of cars. Lots of cool rally cars as well, so as a car fan it's a nice event to come to, with obviously the added bonus of driving a car like this.
How does compared to the supercars from back in the day you drove a Ford Focus that Will Gollop built, Andy Grant owned car now? How is the C4 compared to that you enjoyed success with back in the 2000s?
Pretty similar, if I'm honest. This probably handles a little bit better overall, I would say. I raced against this car at the Super Prix at Croft, this exact car. So this probably just feels a little bit more developed in the front to rear balance of the car. But then when I was driving Will's Focus, I was 17 years old, so didn't really have much of a clue on some areas of the sport. So it would be interesting to back them now and see how they compare. But as you say, had success in the Focus, it would have been interesting to see what this would do in period in the British Championship. But just feels very well sorted, much better than I expected, if I'm honest.
And I know you love this place. You had great results here. Well, Rallycross, when you did that one-off outing, got a podium, and that was a tremendous result in the car. That was a time when World Rallycross was booming, and there was an opportunity, I think, to do a bit more full-time stuff, but sadly that just didn't come around at the time with the Peugeot Hansen team.
Yeah, there was, I had some great wildcard events. I drove for, the Fiesta with Peugeot Sport and Hansen in the Red Bull car, and then the Audi with Matthias Ekström in another Red Bull car. So I drove some great teams as wildcard events. It was always quite hard turning up green to the sport again after a year or two out. I always felt at the end of an event, if I could start again, I'd be much more up to speed, just with things like the start routine and all that sort of stuff. So I always felt at those events I had a little bit of a hand tied behind my back just because of the lack of experience throughout the year I was getting, but I always showed well and enjoyed those opportunities. And as you say, there was chances along the way of maybe coming to more, but that never happened, so that doesn't really matter now. But when I started with kind of looking at Kenneth and those guys, then that's what I wanted to do, was to be a full-time rallycross driver. But really at the time I was doing British Championship, the profile wasn't in the sport like it then later got to with the World Championship, to make a living out of it. So if it had been 10 years later, who knows what would happen. But we did okay, and as I say, it's nice and special to come back now with this car.
Excellent. You've got one more run to go today, so you'll be back out for one last blast in the Citroen?
Yeah, one last one, then we'll put her away in the workshop for another year, unfortunately. But yeah, I'll just go and enjoy it. So I've enjoyed every run we've done with it now. So yeah, one more, then we'll back to work tomorrow morning.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrew, for your time on both days. Let you go to the autograph signing now behind us, which is very busy with a lot of top rally and rallycross drivers there to meet the spectators. So do enjoy the rest of the Lydden Legends Festival. We've got one more interview up on stage fairly shortly, and plenty more track action to enjoy as well. So our Q&A with Andrew Jordan just completed, and just next to the main stage here in the Lydden paddock is the Ovenden awning in its usual spot right in the heart of the British Rallycross paddock. Next to me is Will Ovenden, so Tristan's son, who won the family relay just a few moments ago. Will, that was a great race, wasn't it? You jumped in the car after your dad had a good first stint and managed to keep the RS200 and the rest at bay. You got the victory.
Yeah, I was watching Dad out there and it was looking really close. I was thinking the RS200 is going to be the guy I've got to hold off. And Patrick seemed to just disappear. I really didn't want to stall it. That was embarrassing, so a bit of a slow getaway, but we got going. And then I see Patrick off the side of the road, and oh my God, I was just like, oh, we can win this now. We'll get our head down and keep pushing.
And it wasn't just a case of keeping pushing, really, because you had the RS200 come past, but then the drama down at Paddock Bend. So what happened there from your cockpit?
So my first 2 laps were amazing. The car was great, and then I sort of thought I had a bit of a gap, looking in my mirrors a bit, and I was thinking this is okay. And coming onto the last lap, the brake pedal started going long, and then into the elbow I noticed it, so I tested it before I got to the hairpin, and I could see the RS200 coming up in my mirrors, and then the pedal went to the floor, so he charged up the inside as expected, and then coming down the hill it was the same again. He beat me to the corner and I couldn't believe it when he spun off, and then I had to take avoiding action and just sort of drive around the corner, and that was so yeah, it was crazy. Yeah,
Something completely different for rallycross drivers to have that pit stop. It's quite weird standing in the pit lane waiting for your dad to come in the car and you jump in. It's got a new format but very entertaining.
Yeah, it was very strange, but I really enjoyed it. Dad got out of the car and he's like, yep, car's good, just jump in, crack on. Yeah, and then got strapped in, and then yeah, it was really fun but different, which is good.
And excellent to win it on a day where you're celebrating the life of Mick Bird, who built this car, and your dad's enjoyed such success with it after the Bird family moved on. So it's a great day to get it on that day, on that very afternoon you've just done the drivers parade.
Yeah, super happy to get it in front of, and this is our home circuit, so it's so special, and yeah, so the fact that I was in it when we crossed the line is awesome. Yeah, and yeah, it was just so much fun.
And your usual driving is in the Motorsport UK Cross Car Championship. You haven't had a win here in the cross car, but you did get your first ever win at Mondello Park in Ireland. Just tell us about that. You looked delighted going over the line once you got that first win off your back.
Yeah, so I think last year and this year we had about 6 second place finishes in the series, and it was just like we needed to get that first win to get that ball rolling. It finally felt like it was long overdue, and I finally had the win, and then I was just super happy to finally get there, and now hopefully we'll keep that momentum going.
Next round here, you're back here in next month then, are you, for the 2-wheel drive Super Prix?
Yeah, we've got a round in the cross car at Blyton before that, and then we'll be back for the Super Prix here with all the other BTRD and Five Nations cars.
Excellent. Good to hear from you, Will, and a big afternoon for the family in the end of winning the family relay. So thanks very much for joining us here in the paddock. We'll continue to wander around and butt into the coverage if we can, if we find another driver to stop in the paddock. But the rally and rally cross cars will be heading back out on circuit shortly.
spin. Did you get the spin? Spin.
Festival race concludes our four-wheel drive rallycross action on circuit, but we've still got Q&As in the paddock as well this afternoon, and it's the first time this weekend that we've had a brilliant MG Metro 6R4 up on the stage here in the heart of the paddock, and it's Ian Barkaway who's been very kind to bring the car along to Lydden Legends Festival. Ian, great to have you here, and this is a very special ex-Colin McRae MG Metro 6R4.
Yeah, I mean, it is I'm very proud to have it here, and what an honour to drive this car. It's not even my car, but I still get to play in it. So this is the actual car that Colin McRae did the Donegal Rally in 2006. So it was laid up, so this is exactly as it was when it ran Donegal. It's still got the seats in, the scrutineering stickers in and everything. So it's a very special car, and it's great to bring it out and show people they all enjoy it. So it's good to have it out.
So John Reek's the owner, not here this weekend, so you've had the honour of being able to put it on display.
Yes, we look after it. We're Barkaways, we're a Ferrari dealer, so he bought the car and we look after it for him, and he couldn't make it, so he said, could you come round and run the car? So there's worse days out, isn't there? And I've got to congratulate Pat and the team. What a fabulous event here with the cars that they've put together.
And this 6R4, as you say, Colin, really from his full-time WRC days, also wanted to get out in special historic events when he could, and the 6R4 was a great car for him to handle, famously at that Donegal Rally in 06.
I think it was on the bucket list from the family, because obviously his dad Jimmy was British champion in a 6R4, and he had obviously done Subaru and all the rest of it, and I think he had a gap in the programme on his WRC stuff, so he jumped in this and did Donegal and absolutely set the world on fire. It's all over YouTube where he spun it 180 degrees. I think we're very lucky that the car's survived and it's here today. But no, he was a spectacular driver and a great loss to the industry.
And this very 6R4, it's not just the livery, which is the same, it's the little details inside as well. It's the headset that McRae would have used on that rally. Everything about it is original and from, 20 years ago?
It is. So when Colin ran it at Donegal in 06, obviously passed away in 07, and it just got left. So it's a complete time warp car. So we did a big rebuild on it. We rebuilt all the engine, but John, the owner, wanted it put back all the dirty bits and the original bits. And it has got all the original bits, the works engine. We rebuilt the gearbox and sorted it all out. But yeah, it's as Colin drove it.
So it's been rebuilt locally. You're a Tunbridge-based company, so it's been in Kent for the restoration, and yeah, a bit of a head-turning car, I think, locally as well.
It's great to have in the workshop. I mean, I used to do rallying back in the 90s. So when John walked in and said, "I've bought this," I was like, "Great, fantastic." And when people come to the workshop, whatever Ferraris are in, if this is here, they all go straight to it. And I must say, because it's road legal, the biggest thing with rally cars is you can drive them on the road. So you can in this, and there's more people going through hedges and turning to look at you than any other car I've ever driven. But it's a monster of a machine. It's one of the hardest cars to drive. It's the loudest thing you'll ever go in, ever. But it is now a full works group rally car. The reason they got banned is they went too fast and they were too mad. And I thought it was great that after the rally guys couldn't use it, the rallycross guys got hold of them, and here we are back at rallycross running 6R4, so it's brilliant.
It's not many places where you get the next McRae 6R4. Between us and the next 6R4, we've got Ken Block's Ford Focus and then Will Gollop's title-winning European Metro. So yeah, a pretty special day. How's it been out on circuit? You've been on the tarmac circuit,
yes.
As you didn't want to risk it on the loose of this 6R4 today.
No, it has. We've been around the outside. We're not as spectacular as the rallycross guys. The rallycross guys are really setting the world on fire out there. So we've just been going around gently. As I said, it's not my car, so it just needs to go around gently, and we got it back in one piece. But it's a fabulous thing to drive. It just comes alive. You have to grab it by the horns and drive it. And when I've spoken to the previous rally car drivers like Malcolm Wilson and David Llewellyn, they all struggle with these cars and said they were a nightmare. So the Group B cars are a bit special, which is why they've got such a good following.
And the restoration, you've documented it all in good videos to give good details into what went into it, but a lot of it was after COVID or through COVID. You've done it in recent years.
Yeah, when COVID came, lots of businesses had struggled through business, and we happened to have this in the workshop, so we rebuilt it through COVID. And yeah, it's all over YouTube, so we put it up there for people to enjoy. And I must say, every time the car comes out, there's people all over it. But that's why John, the owner, is very generous. He lets it come out so people can see it and enjoy it.
And it's got some special signatures on it as well. So Nicky Grist has signed it here below us. But on the other side, the McRae family have all signed it from when you took it to another event not too long ago.
Yes, when Nicky signed this side, we've got all the paperwork and all the pace notes and all the books, and there's a big box of history for this car with all Colin's stuff in it. It was 25 years since Colin won the World Championship, so all the cars went to Scotland to go. It's all over YouTube. So while it was up there, the whole McRae family were there. Alistair had come in from Australia, Max was there, Holly was there, Alison and the whole family. So they very kindly signed the car. 2 years ago, we took it back to Donegal. They said, can we take it over? And we took it back over there, and we ran it as like a course opening car on a couple of stages, and they went mad for it. So it was really nice when people see the car.
And rally cars behind you are building again, ready for another day. Taking it back out on circuit again today, or is that done for the day?
I think we're done. I think it's worth an awful lot of money. And it's in one piece. I think we're quit while we did some rides earlier for the air ambulance, so it's great to support charities and things with it. But I think, no, it's done now. It's done what it needs to do this weekend. It's been brilliant.
Excellent. Thank you, Ian, for bringing the car along. One of the most special cars we've got in the Lydden Hill paddock this weekend. There's many of those. So the rally demos are going to restart very shortly in what is now the final 45 minutes or so of the second Lydden Legend Festival. So wandering around the paddock at the end here, or towards the very end of day 2 at Lydden Legends Festival, and bumped into 2006 rally champion Ollie O'Donovan, who's been a big and this year as well. Ollie, it's been great to have you here across the course of the weekend. You brought a great selection of cars as always. The Ford Escort Cosworth you're standing in front of, you'll be out in that fairly shortly.
Yeah, we're looking to go back out, I think 2 races time, and it's the last race of the day, and bringing out the Cosy, bit of fun, why not?
How's it been, the second Legends Festival? You've enjoyed being part of modern day rallycross, but it must be nice to get in the mix of rally and race machinery.
It was actually. I mean, you have a different mix of people here at this event, and I think it was a great show. Everybody's so relaxed, there's no time, there's no clock, there's no pressure. Some great spectators, and we're fun on the track.
What happened to the Peugeot 306 in the family race? Because it is leading, you had a good stint, but did you jump too far at one stage and damage something?
You see too much. Yeah, I ran out of talent. I overjumped it and bent the steering arm, I probably cracked it, and then we done the changeover and Patrick jumped into it, it just go and broke, you know? So these things happen.
Yeah, but you'll be out again in what is a historic car behind you, built when Robbie Head drove it in period. It's a proper period rally car.
It's a proper period rally car. Malcolm Wilson was the first driver, Robbie Head was the main driver, Stephen Finlay done an event on it. So it's got a lot of history. It's an old car, nice car to drive. I've had it for about 5 years now, and I just bring it to shows and do a couple of road rallies with it.
Oh, the livery alone is excellent. So great to have you here, Ollie. Thank you for your work. You've got to jump back in the car now, I think, for your next demo run. So hope to see you back at Lydden later in the year. So Ollie O'Donovan, one of our stars of Lydden Legend Festival on day 2 here. We'll keep wandering around the paddock. Cars are being moved, ready to go out again, and we're back with you soon. So we're continuing our wander around the paddock here at Lydden Legends Festival, and one driver who's been very busy this weekend in Ford RS200 is Steve Harris, long-time supercar driver, regular in retros. And Steve, you're standing in front of your new build Ford Escort, which looks the part. And what's the plan with this car first?
Well, we're going to finish it off. It needs wiring loom and a few bits to finish it, brake pipes, and then we're going to be out giving it some pain, hopefully with the retro two-wheel drive class.
So it's a Ford Escort G4.
It was a G4, now it's a G3, but I've got everything to make it a G4 if I ever wanted to.
So you're going, super retro two-wheel drive. That's the thing.
And we've got to give Pat a run, yeah.
And who's been responsible for the build? Is it one of the Alan Tapp?
Yeah, Pat and Alan Tapscott have put it all together. Done various things to it, but mainly them. Pat chose the colour because I wasn't allowed, and he's colourblind, so. But yeah, it's come together. It's a beautiful car. Just can't wait to get in it and have a play.
What's the sponsorship on the front of the SO? That's the family company, the Autoplan there.
Autoplas is, yeah, we've still got it, the company, and SO was just one of my 6R4 days sponsors back then. So yeah, we're keeping it in the family now. The RS might be recoloured soon to go in it, so we have a little huddle of cars.
The spectators trackside here and those watching the live stream would have enjoyed the family relay earlier. Jake and yourself in the RS200. How did that go? It ended pretty poorly, but it looked a good spectacle.
Yeah, it was great actually. A couple of rear pins failed on the clam, and I thought it would still hold on by the brackets on the roof, but no. I just noticed it go sideways and then looked in the mirror. I thought, oh, somebody right behind me, but it wasn't. It was part of my car. So it made a hell of a difference to the downforce on the back wheels, and I was wondering why I was going sideways and thinking about oil on the back tyres. But actually, when I came round and saw bits of it laying on the track, I thought, I know why I'm so sideways. There's no down pressure. So no, it's good. Passed it over to Jake. First time he'd driven it with a sequential box. He'd done the 3 laps before with a manual box, and yeah, he was going well, wasn't he? And then obviously he overcooked it a little bit on the last lap and ended up going into the barrier, but we live another day. I went out in the final as well, so the last heat, so it's all great. It's all back together. We got a few oil leaks, but it's rallycross and it's retro, so you're nobody without an oil leak.
No, and that is a proper RS200 you've managed to build into the rallycross spec, but was it an Evo, a spare chassis one, or what was the history of the car?
It's chassis number 21, which was the first spare Evo, so it's a slightly different chassis from the normal 1800 road cars, and we found it nearly new and put it together, and yeah, it's been so much fun ever since really. But now the grandkids and sons want to drive it, so we might have to lock it in a garage somewhere and hide it.
Oh, excellent, thanks for the insight, Steve. And looking at this Escort, it's going to be another car which will join our Super Retro division, the ever-growing Super Retro division. It'd be great to have the Harris name in that entry list as well. So thanks to Steve. We'll keep wandering around here as the RS200 is moving around behind us. So that's it then, the end of day 2 of the second Lydden Legends Festival. Hope you've enjoyed the action if you've been trackside or watching on the live stream. The dummy grid behind us is sadly empty of cars now. The rally cars and the rally crossers are busy packing up. We're still standing next to the ex-Colin McRae MG Metro 6R4 just to end the weekend here. Hope you've enjoyed the action. Thanks to everyone who made it possible trackside and for those watching at home, and most importantly all the spectators joining us here at the circuit. Hope to see you back at Lydden in the Legend Festival and the rallycross meetings coming up later this season.